G-SHOCK MRG カシオ。The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
追い求めれば求めるほど遠ざかる時もある。でも理想に追いつけるのは自分だけだ。池江璃花子は横浜ゴムと世界に挑戦する。限界はない。行くぞ横浜。
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と耐摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
Lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Ospo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed. In a world of extremes, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮。チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ。小倉レーシングクラッチ。ORC。
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everybody, and welcome back.
It's another great day of drifting, and G-Shock presents Formula Drift Japan 2025, Round 4, Zululand Sportsland Sugo. Sorry. We had an oil down during practice, so the drivers are finishing up practice now. Got pushed back a little bit, but we'll start qualifying really soon.
Yeah, they're just finishing up some practice runs from this morning. Overall, the weather looks really nice. Another beautiful day here. We have our Japanese MC, Hakutsu, and our judges, Imamura, Fukada, and Yamanaka. Hashtag FDJ. Myself, Josh.
And I'm Langston. We'll be with you all day for FDJ 1 and then top 16 for FDJ 2.
Yep, in the afternoon. And our two stage girls, Marina and Asami.
It is currently not raining. It's not supposed to rain all day. So we should have a fun-filled day.
And we're going to send you guys off to the grading criteria.
やあみんな、フォーミュラドリフトジャパンのルール判定システムについて説明するよ。まずは優勝までの道のり。大会は予選と決勝に分かれます。予選は単独走行方式。単独で2度走行し、高い方のポイントで上位32位までの決勝進出を争います。決勝は2台によるタンデムバトル方式。先行と後攻を入れ替えての2度の走行による勝ち抜き戦です。これらのコンペティションを決めるのは3名のジャッジ。それぞれライン、アングル、スタイルという視点で判定をします。持ち点はライン35ポイント、アングル35ポイント、スタイル30ポイントの合計100ポイントです。ラインとは規定された各ゾーンをより近く、より理想的なラインで通過できているかを判定します。リアタイヤの設置部分がゾーンの外側のラインをなぞることが高得点のコツ。4本のタイヤのうち3本がラインの外側に出てしまったらポイントは0点になります。各大会によってそれぞれのゾーンに規定ポイントが振り分けられています。アングルとはコースに設定されたゾーンのラインに対してどれだけ深い角度でスムーズに通過しているかを採点します。ラインに対してより垂直なアングルをキープすることが高得点のコツ。各大会によってそれぞれのゾーンに規定ポイントが振り分けられています。スタイルとはドリフトの美しさ、スピード、迫力、パッションなどドライバー自身が思い描いた走りを確実にコントロールし、ジャッジをうならせることができているかが採点されます。決勝へは先ほど説明した通りポイント上位32台が進出します。決勝は勝ち負けの判定による勝ち抜きトーナメント方式です。追走で行われ先行後攻を入れ替えた2度の走行をもって各ジャッジが勝者の判定もしくはドローの判定をします。3人中2人以上が出した判定で勝者および再走が決定します。追走を有利にするポイントは 先行では単独走行と同じくよりポイント基準に沿った良い走りをすることが前提です。それが遂行できていなければジャッジの印象に大きく影響します。後方車両は先行車両と同じラインで同じ角度を取りながらより接近して追随します。しかし先行車両に接近できていても同じライン同じ角度でなければスピードスタイル的に理想的な走りとは言えず勝利にはつながりません。それは先行車両が通ったラインをショートカットすれば接近しやすくなり、また角度が浅ければ速度を上げやすくなり接近しやすくなる、そして調整幅が大きくなるという理由からです。審査はジャッジ席で行っているのでそこから見た判断になります。そのためにジャッジ席の真横に各チーム1人が入れるスポッター席という場所を設けており、ジャッジの見え方をドライバー、チームスタッフと共有できるようになっています。観客席などジャッジ席以外の場所で見ていた場合、審査結果と全く違うように見えることがあります。ライブ放送で見ていた場合も同じように感じる場合がありますが、それはこの競技がジャッジ席からどのように見えているかで審査されるためです。それぞれが見ている場所によりジャッジ席およびライブ放送のカメラ位置との角度の違い、高低差などで見え方が変わってしまうからです。あくまでもフォーミュラドリフトの審査はジャッジ席からの見え方でジャッジが判断するということになります。それらをご理解の上、フォーミュラドリフトジャパンをお楽しみください。以上がルール概要でした。さあ、フォーミュラドリフトジャパンの楽しみ方が分かったところで Here we go!
And we're back. We just have a few more cars, finish up their practice laps, and we'll be started in about 15 minutes. We'll have some interviews in the meantime. So it's starting to get a little bit foggy today, but overall, nice and cool, perfect for the track.
Yeah, right now it's dry. There's a little, there was some oil on the track, so you'll see the chalk / cleanup that they had to do. I believe it was Connor that had oil down, so we'll see if he's able to fix his car and bring it back out for qualifying.
And here's a replay from Ebbston. Unfortunately, Pop got a little too deep into the wall, and Kusaba got the win.
ありがとうございます。なんだか初優勝できたんでほっとしてます。はい。はい。で、前戦やっと優勝で流れ掴んだと思うんで、まず今回4台必ず予選上位で通過して、で、なんとか2連覇できるようにしっかり走りたいと思います。
They were the first four competitors that
のポイントはエビスもテクニカルだったんですけど、スゴーに関してはスピードレンジがもう1段階も2段階も上がってて、結構ハイスピードなドリフトなんで、また違った形のなんていうんですかね、度胸とダイナミックさが必要かなと思うんで、思い切りまずはスピード上げて走りたいなと思ってます。
So looking forward to Sugo. So we're going to be going to interview with Hamada.
前回の恵比寿の感想を教えてください。
I guess we're going to interview with Pop.
อ๋อครับก็เป็นประสบการณ์ที่ค่อนข้างที่จะตื่นเต้นมากกับการที่ได้ตำแหน่งนั้นนะครับก็คิดว่าจะพยายามพัฒนาตัวเองให้ได้อยู่ในโพเดียมนี้ต่อไปในสนามถัดไปนะครับ
で前回はその2番で勝ってきてすごく嬉しいでちょっとこの結果ままでその表彰台狙ってスーッと登りたいと思ってた。
はい、じゃあ最後にファンの皆さんへメッセージをお願いします。
ครับก็ฝากติดตามชมแล้วก็ติดตามเชียร์ด้วยนะครับป๊อป89นะครับจาก Die to Dip นะครับนักแข่งตัวแทนไทยนะครับแล้วก็อะไรนะNexter Die to Dip นะครับก็จะพยายามทำให้แฟนๆที่ติดตามก็จะทำให้ดีขึ้นทุกสนามแล้วกันนะฮะ
なんかそのこれからもちょっと応援してでポップアップの89番でなんかダイトゥドリフトネクスターチームでなんかこれからももっと表彰台狙って頑張って良い走りで頑張ります。応援してください。
And he looks forward to winning the next round.
ขอบคุณครับ。
さあどんどん、今年デビューして成績が上がってきてついに表彰台ゲットしました。前半戦振り返っていただいてどうでしょうか。
いやー結構辛かったですねやっぱりうちのチームの、目標が、今年はベスト16オープニングセレモニー狙いなんで、そこから先は、おまけになります。はい。だけどやっぱ楽しんでた方がやっぱ成績残るんで、これからも後半戦ちょっと楽しんでいこうかなと思う。
Keep fighting,
思ってます。
not losing.
今回ちょっとゼブラが使えないっていうことになったんで、なんて言うんだろうな、抑えて走るコース内に抑えて走るのと2年ぶりに走るんで僕がとりあえずその2年ぶりのあれをとりあえず感覚取り戻してから前回で攻めたいと思います。
はい。で YouTube でもねたくさんのファン応援してくれてます。最後にファンの皆さんにメッセージをお願いします。
いつも応援していただきありがとうございます。これからもしっかり頑張っていくんでよろしくお願いします。
He's going to try his best and glad to meet everybody. So that's a view of the pits. And you got Pop's hood open, getting ready for qualifying shortly. Pop was out some really nice practice laps. There's a bit of mist in the air. I don't know if it's made its way to the track, but I don't see nearly as much smoke. I see a lot of drivers with the windshield wipers on.
Yeah, it seems like it just got wet out of nowhere, so we'll see how they do.
I mean, it's not like it's a lot of rain, but it's just enough to keep the track wet. Yeah. So I'm not seeing any tire smoke right now. Our series ranking so far for FDJ 1. In first we have Kazumi Takahashi. Second, Hiroya Minoa. Third, Ken Gushi. Fourth, Koichi Yamashita. And fifth, Masanori Kohashi. And you have a total of about 40 points, give or take, between first and fifth. There you can see that that little clip, you can see that the wipers are on. And from the initiation, we have the 3, 2, 1 cone. And then outer zones 1, 2, and 3, all worth 10 points. And finishing up with outer zone 4, worth 5. The layout is very similar to most other Sugo rounds. The only thing is, this year, the Sugo staff requested for the drivers to try and stay off the zebra. So for this round and FDJ 2, it is a 3-point deduction per tire if they drop onto the zebra.
Yeah, which is something that they're definitely not used to, because Sugo's always been, the zones have been past the rumble strips or the zebra. So they have to definitely get used to that.
Yeah, most of these drivers, they spend their whole time in the zone on the zebra.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with this mist that just popped up out of nowhere, you can see the drivers are still maintaining good control. There's just a lot less tire smoke. I think the rain is going to make it a more equal playing field. So the drivers with lower horsepower and the drivers with higher horsepower will end up with very, very similar runs.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, so they just don't want, they didn't say specifically, or at least I didn't hear specifically why they didn't want people to use the zebra, as much as I feel it's overall for the track maintenance. They might not want to paint it up every time, or maybe last round there was some issue with damage to the zebra. I'm not 100% sure, and they didn't specify, or at least not to us.
I mean, I could really see it for Outer Zone 2, because right after the zebra is the grass. Maybe they don't want to keep fixing the grass.
I think that with Zone 1 and Zone 2, the zebra, it flows a lot better. But unfortunately now, due to the request, it's a deduction. But you'll see a lot of the drivers, especially yesterday we saw towards the end, they'll settle down like right at the zebra. Yeah, to my knowledge, I don't recall ever seeing a Sugo round where they didn't use the zebra as part of the zone. Oh, and they're talking about the track workers doing the lawn care and gardening to make it FDJ at Sugo. Yeah, they put quite a bit of work into that.
Yeah, and I know we said there was no rain at the beginning as soon as we started. There wasn't. It's not really rain. It's really like a mist slash sprinkle. But as soon as the explanation of how the drift works popped on, it started, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop for a little bit.
I mean, I see nothing but clouds all around. We were hoping it just wasn't rain.
I mean, it's tough being in Japan. One, it just rains a lot here, but also most of the tracks are in the mountains, kind of tucked away from all the cities and stuff. And if you're in the mountain, you know it's just the weather can change in 5 minutes.
Or sooner.
Or sooner, yeah.
I mean, right when the stream started, it was still nice and clear. As soon as we went to the first set of commercials. So they're saying that because not everybody was able to get a practice lap in the wet, they're going to give everybody a check lap or a sight lap. But they're going to want people to do a U-turn at the finish line because the Sugo track is huge.
Yeah, I had my concerns yesterday when I saw them during practice go all the way around, so I'm glad they get to turn around right at the finish line.
I don't know, Vert. I don't know. It's just some crazy luck, and not necessarily good luck either. But I do think though, the rain does let some people that might not have as good a chance to qualify due to lower power have a much better chance. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, zebra, rumble strip. Are they called something else in different parts?
I'd never heard zebra until you told me.
Yeah.
I've always heard rumble strips, so.
Just trimming up some tires. Getting ready for the qualifying runs. So rumble strip wouldn't necessarily cause a DB, but there's a chance, especially if you're running lower tire pressure, that it might, I guess, increase the chances of a DB. This is FD Japan. Formula Drift Japan.
Yeah, I have seen, especially when it was wet yesterday, that some of the drivers, if they got like in the groove, like basically three tires over the rumble strip and one on the other side, it was messing up their line and they were wavering really bit trying to get over the rumble strip too. So they might have that issue today.
Oh, so trimming the tires. So what happens is when you're going around the track, you pick up rubber on the front tires. So by them trimming it, you increase the surface area of your tire essentially. Oh, checkerboards or checkboards?
Got all the fans out. There's actually a lot of people here. You just kind of really can't tell because there's so many places to be at.
Yeah, there's so many places you can sit, but you'll find a lot of them right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. Is it FDJ without the rain?
Well, it's just missing right now, so it's not, I know it's rain, but it's not like it's downpouring, which is nice. It's still able to see.
Oh.
It's not getting soaked.
So the reason you don't want that excess rubber on your front tires is it causes essentially chatter. Or it feels weird. Also, you don't get the full flat surface of the tire to grip up as well.
Yeah, they're not altering the tire in any way. They're just taking off the excess that they picked up from the track.
Mm-hmm. So the back tires are laying the rubber down, and the front tires are just picking it up from the previous driver. We have our first car in the burnout box. And so at Sugo, they have the burnout box separate than the track, just so there is no excess rubber laid on the track in that area, because they do a lot of high-speed events.
And then you can see the carts going right next to them.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is come around that corner in high speeds and them have done the burnout box on the track, and you're on a motorcycle and your front tire just slides out from under you.
Formula Drift Japan 2025. Round 4, Sportsland Sugo, qualifying run number 1.
That's right. So it doesn't necessarily cause chunking, but you can feel the chatter in the front if you pick up a lot. I've seen drivers try and scrub it towards the end of a run or after the run. They can scrub a lot, but I've also seen in some tracks where they come off and there is huge strings.
Yeah, I've seen like some of the guys have half the whole tire just picked up rubber.
Yeah, it's crazy. And getting started with G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan 2025, round 4. Sportsland Sugo qualifying, run 1. We have car number 14. Oh, my bad. He's doing his check lap or sight lap.
Yeah, they were practicing all morning, and it was completely dry. And then as they were finishing up their practice, it started this rain. So some of the drivers haven't even driven out.
Yeah. Some of the drivers pulled off the track from the practice before any of this rain started. Wait. U-turn. Okay, so I see they have the, we have a guy up at the top right. Or I guess. A little bit after the track to turn him around. Oh yeah, it is super slick. It is super slick. I mean, you can see while
I will say I think the track conditions are a little bit better than yesterday, because yesterday the whole track was had some standing water on it, really saturated. Here it's just kind of like a wet film just right on top. It's not too bad right now.
pulling up to the line for his first run is car number 14, Kazuya Oshima with Team KOD GR86.
Makes his way out of the chicane and come up to his 3-2-1 area. Just a nice, easy entry. And then, got a little bit of understeer and just right off track.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he pushed right after the initiation. Do you guys use the term push, understeer interchangeably, or do you use the different words for it, or? I mean,
same, yeah.
Yeah. I normally say push.
It's easier to understand.
It's just coming around. And yeah, you can see.
That cone didn't do anything to him. He just took it out.
I'm surprised he didn't take out that light. Unfortunately, that's a 0 for Oshima on his first run. Next we have Shintaro Nakamura in his sight lap. Yeah, it's super tricky, especially just coming off the track after practicing when it was dry.
Well, even J1, they practiced Thursday, and it was dry.
Yeah, right after the qualifying, it started drying out, so then
Yeah.
their practice was dry.
So they've been pretty much have been practicing dry for the past 3 days. So
I mean, that's 100% accurate part. The main line is they've been laying down rubber on that for pretty much 3 days solid. Yeah, probably the best thing to try and do is, especially for lap 1, is go in nice and easy. Put down a good anything that scores, and then come out with the next lap. Okay. We have car number 88, Shintaro Nakamura with Japan Environment Development Racing with Valino and his RX-7.
trying to be, he tried to be really conservative coming in that 3-2-1, and it just ripped up on him. He didn't have enough speed to push him all the way through to that outer zone 1. And incompletes his lap.
That's unfortunate. We've had 3 rounds with side laps.
Yeah.
Yeah. The judges are saying the techniques that the drivers have been using just aren't the same in the wet and dry.
Yeah, they're just definitely not going to be able to work. So you see right there that everybody was coming in with a big feint entry, and now they just pretty much need to come into that 3-2-1 zone with a handbrake, little push out, and just bring them around.
Yeah, nice and easy.
But a lot of people don't like doing that because it doesn't look cool. So
I mean, that's true.
There's no style points.
I mean, 1 style point is better than a 0, though.
This is true.
Overall, it's really about throttle control, pace, and not putting in too many big inputs. So on the plus side, Nagayasu's sight lap looked really, really clean. So I'm expecting a good score.
Yeah, you can tell who's drove in the rain a lot more. Very consistent, no matter when it rains. Some people just don't have the practice like others do.
Yeah.
They are getting a sight lap before their actual run. Like Josh said earlier, it started raining and not everybody got to practice in the rain. So they're giving everyone a sight lap just because of the conditions of the track changed.
Yeah. Again, it's just like the last 2 where it was dry in practice and then out of nowhere. Pulling up now, we have car number 808, Nagayasu Miyagi, Car Guy Racing, ZN8, Hachiro.
Heading into this 3-2-1. Handbrake entry, trying to keep control as he gets into that outer zone 1. It's a little deep, trying to get out of it. And then makes his way to outer zone 2, gets a little deep there as well. It's a little deep in outer zone 3. And that painted area in outer zone 3, when it gets wet, it gets very, very slick.
Dude, the zebras or rumble strips, and right outside the rumble strips in zone 2, and the green grass area in zone 3, getting on those is super slick.
You can kind of see what I was saying earlier when he gets into this rumble strip right here and gets too far. He's trying to push himself out and he's not able to.
And you can see the car starts to spin right there. He corrects, pulls it back, and once he hits that grass.
Yeah, that's grass over there too, yeah, right?
It's weird. It's like plastic with grass inside of it.
Like turf?
Yeah, well, it's not like turf.
It's real grass.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's a 0 for Miyagi. Yeah. I mean, granted, he was deep in most of the zones, but it was smooth. And that was after he had a decent sight lap too. It's almost like just, can we take the sight lap as a score? I do wonder, can you just say, hey, I don't need a sight lap and go out?
I don't know. Would you want to take the risk of not having it though?
I mean, for Miyagi, then it would have paid off. I mean, I guess I feel at this level you have to take it, right? You have to take what's any sort of advantage you can get. Pulling up now, we have car number 78. Kazuma Ikamoto with Progress. Project Mu, Team SSR with the JZX100 Cresta.
Gets out of the chicane, looking for a big entry as he hits this 3-2-1. Tames it down just a little bit as he's looking for outer zone 1. Gets all the way to the edge of outer zone 1. Pushing himself to outer zone 2. Gets right there on that rumble strip. And outer zone 3 does a nice job there. And then gets a little shallow out in outer zone 4. But all in all, a great run.
Yes, a very smooth run. It flowed very nice. He got out to the rumble strip in zones 1 and 2. So you see a lot of long e-brake pulls here, but gets out right to the rumble strip. And again, right at the edge of it. That's exactly what they want to see. I think they want to see it ride a little bit longer, get on a little bit sooner, but that's the spot they want you to be in. And a 73 for Ikemoto.
The first one on the board. But I doubt it would be the last one.
And coming back from his sight lap, we have Sam. Put down a really clean sight lap. So I'm expecting a really good score here. We have car number 11, Sam Lucas with Team Summit with B Ford, the S15 Sylvia.
Gets out of the chicane. looking for a big feint as he gets into that 3-2-1 area. Pushing himself a little deep, but then saves and gets right there on the runner strip for outer zone 1. And then pushing himself to outer zone 2. Gets right there on the edge of the track. And outer zone 3 gets a little deep. Then gets all the way through outer zone 4. I think that was a really good run.
Yeah, yeah.
He was a little deep in some areas, but.
So talking with Sam yesterday, he likes to go a little deep in some areas to set him up for a better score for the next area.
Yeah, it's kind of smart to sacrifice some of the points to set yourself up to get maximum points on the next zone.
Yeah. A little deep through zone 1, zone 2 really nice. Nice and deep through zone 3. And then bring it up nice and deep through zone 4. And then pulling it in to finish the run. So what do you guys think Sam's score going to be?
See some 60s, 80s, 70s, and he gets a 65.
Puts him in second place for now.
He does, I think what hurt him a little bit was getting too deep in all, I think he went in on the rumble strips on all the zones. Maybe not zone 4, but so he got docked some points for that. But he knows what he needs for run 2. He'll be back and hopefully better.
Definitely deeper in some of the zones than he might have wanted. But also, he's putting something on the board now, and you can improve on it with the second run.
They were also saying earlier that if you left foot brake too much, they'll dock some points from you from there. They don't want you to see, they don't want to see the left foot brake too far from outer zone 1 to outer zone 2.
Up next, we have car number 45, S. With Nexter, D-Max Racing, is S15 Sylvia.
Coming in this 3-2-1 zone. Playing it real safe as he heads to outer zone 1. Gets all the way to the edge of the track through outer zone 1, pushing himself to outer zone 2. Just using all that throttle control as he hits outer zone 3. He's a little shallow there, but trying to push himself out to outer zone 4 and gets all the way to the edge of the track. That was very impressive right there, actually.
Yeah, I thought a couple of times he was about to spin.
Yeah, it's very hard to be shallow in outer zone 3 and push yourself that far for outer zone 4.
Definitely. Nice setup in the 3-2-1 to zone 1. Zone 1 looks really nice. Nice and deep for that. 2. Once you go on the rumble strips, it looks like the car was trying to slip out. And just swinging around nice and deep for 4. Again, nice, good, clean run. I see some mid-60s. Yeah, and a 76. That puts S in first place for now. And coming back around, we have Tomite in his chaser. Now, one thing I see is I don't see the windshield wipers on for the drivers right now.
Yeah, it definitely let up. The mist definitely let up. It's still there. I can actually see from the rumble strips the water pushing down from into the zones, so that might affect them as well.
And up next, we have car number 210, Kazuyuki Tomite with Cynthium G-Meister Cleve Racing in his HPI Chaser.
Looking for a big entry as he gets that 3-2-1. Pushing himself all the way to the edge of the track, a little bit deep in outer zone 1. Making his way to outer zone 2. Gets real deep there. And he gets right there on the edge of the track for outer zone 3. And outer zone 4. He's a little late getting in outer zone 4, but it is a complete run.
Again, just trying to get a score on the board. Looked like a couple issues getting into zone 1. And just strung it out from there. Keep coming in. Wavering in zone 1. With one tire on the rumble strip, it started slipping out quite a bit. I will say, he did a great job getting into 3 and not spinning.
Yeah.
He was taking a lot of momentum from that back end right into the. That's a 62 for Tony Day. That puts him into 4th place. And coming back around to line up, we have car number 54, Xian Yan with Team Kazama with Power Vehicles in his JZX100 Chaser.
Gets out of the chicane. Gaining some speed, gonna do a conservative handbrake entry. Just gets onto the rumble strip for outer zone 1. Finds his way to outer zone 2, gets a little deep there. Oh, and then wavers just a little bit, and that throws him offline for outer zone 3. He tried to push out for outer zone 4, but just wasn't able to get out there.
I think that just a little bit of grip up there forced us straight.
That's the tough thing about the rain is you still have to be committed in the throttle control. Because if not, it'll just randomly grip up.
Yeah, I mean it's tough because you're like, okay, just letting off the throttle a little bit, and next thing you know, a split second. I mean that's the difference between a score and a 0, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's a 0 for Neil. Yeah, it's really difficult for a lot of these drivers because they're practicing all dry, and then right before qualifying. I guess this is almost like a broken record because it was the last 2 rounds also.
Yeah, it seems like a ongoing trend that we're having.
Going up to the line now. We have car number 899, Zhao Zhang Dai with Team Taiwan Elite Drift, BMW E92.
Gets out of the chicane. Looks like he's going to come in for a big entry as he hits that 3-2-1 zone. Gets right there on the rubber strips for outer zone 1. Comes around for outer zone 2. It's a little deep in outer zone 2, and then it gets a little shallow in outer zone 3, and wavers just a little bit in outer zone to get to outer zone 4. Looks like he was coming in with a little bit too much speed in outer zone 3, 2, 4. So it looked like he was about to get pushed off track, but he was able to save it.
Yeah.
So it was a very nice shot.
I feel like he got some like tire grip out of nowhere. Being coming into 2, nice and deep. I feel like if he was able to finish off the transition that he was working from 2 to 3 a little bit better, that would help the transition to 4. So I see a lot of mid to upper 60s, 70 every once in a while. So I see the judges putting in scores, so I don't think it'll be a 0.
The track is fairly narrow if you take away the going past the rumble strips.
That's a 57 for Zhaozhang Dai.
It does get very narrow, but I think that makes it challenging.
Oh,
and
definitely.
Gives them something to look forward to.
Up next, we have car number 822, Shang Hao with Marby Racing, Boss Panda Motorsports in his GR86.
Gets in that 3-2-1 zone and over rotates. I think he just came in with a bit too much speed, and he was trying to save it by throwing a little angle at it and just threw too much.
Yeah, especially with the wet, a little too much is
too much.
That's right, that's get around. Yeah, just throwing a little too much angle right at the start. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way she goes sometimes. That's 0 for Zhang Hao. Yeah, that would be cool. I wouldn't mind having some sort of like a picture-in-picture in the corner or something, seeing the driver's input. So feet, hands.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting to watch. I always like watching it when I just watching random YouTube. I like watching the footwork.
Yeah. Some drivers you see them feather the gas, some see them feather the clutch. Some are just full-time gas.
Yeah, because I know when I drive, I barely use the clutch. So watching people and how they use the clutch instead of the gas to gain grip is very interesting to watch.
It's just very interesting for me watching people's different styles and how it translates, you know, with their feet as well as seeing the actual run too. Pulling up to the line now, we have car number 5, Tomoki Tanaka with VSR Kumamoto with the JZX100 Chaser.
Coming in this 3-2-1 zone, there's a nice conservative entry. lot of angle for that outer zone 1. Gets all the way to the edge of the track. There, making his way to outer zone 2. Throwing in a lot of angle. He gets all the way to the edge. He gets a little deep in outer zone 3. And he gets right back there to the edge of the track now.
That was great finishing off. Yeah. Lots of angle going into 2. Bringing it around through 3. That's super smooth run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice and smooth initiation. Right at the line. A little deep. Or a little late entering in 1, but overall nice and deep through the zones. Like right at the edge. That's right where they want you to be. So I see a lot of mid 70s, upper 70s, a couple 80s. And an 81 puts Tanaka in first place. Tons of angle. You see, you got angle squared there.
Yeah, and then you can even the line was a little high because he was at the edge of the track and not getting into those rumble strips. So it helped him all, paid off for him.
I'm not sure what size wheels he's running. A lot of the drivers now have switched to 19s, either front and rear, or I've seen some drivers with 19 on the rear and 18s on the front, but most of the drivers are using 19s. Up next, we have car number 903, Yuichi Amagai with perfect style in his S15 Sugo.
Coming in that 3-2-1 zone. Very conservative. Oh! Looks like he lost some grip in the front and then tried to correct it, and then it gripped up and straight and bound.
Yeah. Like he was trying to counter steer, then all of a sudden it went to straight steer. Nice initiation. Bring it around. Then all of a sudden the car just wanted to go where the steering wheel is pointed. Unfortunately, that's a 0 for oh my god. Next up, we have Mr. Anning. Just finished his check run, and he's got a 240Z front end on an S15. I feel like a lot of people either hate it or love it.
It's a very bold statement.
So what do you guys think? 240 front end on, or 240Z front end on S15? Yes or no?
It's not my flavor, but I can see how it could be somebody's.
And pulling up to the line is car 20, Mr. Anin with Team Academic with Watanabe and his S15 Sugo.
Gets out of the chicane, around his 3-2-1. Playing nice and conservative. He gets around to his outer zone 1. He gets right there to the edge. It's a little shallow. And outer zone 2 and 3, but pushing himself out to outer zone 4. It's at handbrake right before outer zone 4, and gets all the way through the course.
I feel like there's a spot right before outer zone 3 where a lot of drivers have been gripping up. It makes me wonder if like maybe it's either a little wetter there or a little drier there. But you'll see a lot of these drivers as they transition from 2 to 3, it just grips up right before 3.
Yeah, I think that's from the outer zone 2 to outer zone 3.
Yeah.
It's straight downhill, so maybe they're pushing the water out off the track.
Yeah, right there. I'm seeing a lot more drivers just gripping up right before smoothly going into 3. So see some mid-70s, a low 60s. All over the board. And a 65. I've seen a couple of them. That is a 65 for Mr. Under. It definitely had a rough last pass on that run.
Yeah.
First 2 was really good. Pulling around now in his R35 GTR is car number 73, Iko Saito with Moti's 5X West Auto.
The only one in the field.
Oh, GTR?
Yeah.
Looks like the wipers are on again.
Gets out of the chicane. Looking for a big entry into this 3-2-1. Pushing himself out. Get all the way to the edge of outer zone 1. He got in outer zone 1 a little late. And then comes into outer zone, gets real deep into outer zone, and then straightens up. And I think that was that little spot. It might be right there before because they're pushing all the water off.
Oh, possibly. I mean, the downhill, it might be helping or hurting. Clearing the water. I mean, I feel like clearing the water seems like it's a great idea until you get to the point where all of a sudden it grips up in that one section of the track.
Yeah.
Starting to see it on a lot of the sight laps as well.
Hopefully the spotters catch that and they let all the drivers know just to stay a little bit floored right before outer zone 3.
Or possibly transition earlier.
Or that, yeah.
Or later.
Whatever works. But hopefully they catch it and let their drivers know.
Yeah. Hopefully the spotters give them good advice. Driving back to the line now, we have car number 38, Itsuki Kata with Big Globe SSR Team Dunlop and a JZX100 Mark II. I really like that paint job. Yeah, super two-tone.
Very old school. So then with the entry in that 3-2-1 is real deep right before for the zone. It gets all the way to the edge of the track. She wavers just a little bit while she's in the zone, but then gets all the way out to outer zone 2. Has that transition. It gets a little deep for outer zone 3. And then comes around and gets all the way through outer zone 4.
Very smooth.
Yeah.
It looks like she missed that spot.
Yeah.
Looks like she transitioned a little earlier to miss it.
Maybe the spotters wrong. So.
Yeah, yeah. Super smooth. I like it whenever they hit the 3-2-1 nice and deep. It's a good transition to outer zone 1. Right, perfect placement into zone 2. Nice and deep through zone 3. And finishing zone 4, nice.
Yeah, say that paint scheme is old school because her dad used to drive that back in the day.
Yeah.
So it was the same color scheme, just different livery.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can look and see it's still got all of the tech stickers, and that's a 79 for Itsuki. Puts her in the 2nd place.
And on y'all, if y'all are looking at the qualifying sheet online, it shows that Connor is next. Unfortunately, he had a oil down on the track during practice, and he was unable to fix it, so he is retiring for this round.
No, he's right now. What they're going to do is they're scratching run 1.
Scratching run 1.
So
okay,
they're going to try and get things fixed.
so he still has a chance.
Yep.
Good. I thought they were saying that he was out.
No, he's just scratching run 1.
Okay, good. Well, so we'll see him for round 2 hopefully.
So
run 2.
They did tell you retire run 1, but it's tricky. And up next we have car number 13, Mikey Nakamura with Mikey Racing in his GRS 204 Crown.
Gets into that 3-2-1 area. Around from outer zone 1. Gets all the way to the edge of the track at outer zone 1. Outer zone 2. He gets into outer zone 2 early. Leaves just a tad bit early, and then, he gets in that little area we've been talking about, and it knocks him off. That's a crazy car to be driving.
Yeah. Zone 1, nice. Nice to zone 2. I feel like he left zone 2 at perfect time, but he just transitioned a little late.
Yeah.
Like if he had a little bit more angle going into 3, he could have got around that dry spot.
Yeah.
Or sticky spot. Unfortunately, that'd be a 0 for Mikey. Yeah, it looks like there might be a dry patch, or like I said, I don't know what it is, but everybody's getting stuck on that one spot. It could be because of the elevation change, a couple other factors, but everybody seems to be straightening up right there. Itsuki, who put down a super clean run right before that, she transitioned before that spot. But what you gonna do?
Yeah, you have to, at that point, you have to be able to trust in your spotters. And your spotters have to trust in you that you're gonna do what they say.
Pull back up to the line, we have car number 10, Toshiki Oyu with Team Kazama in his GR86.
this 3-2-1 zone. Has a lot of angle. He's a little shallow in outer zone 1, but pushing himself out to outer zone 2. Gets all the way to the edge. He has a little weird transition right there into outer zone 3. That's a nice job in outer zone 4. I think he might have caught it.
He wavered a little bit and just pushed through it.
Yeah, I think he caught it.
But that's good. Still finished the run. Just trying to get a score on the board right now. Nice and right on the line for zone 1. Zone 2 looked like he entered early. That's good. It looked quite a bit smoother in the replay. It's a 78 for OU, and that puts him in the 3rd place. Yeah, in the dry, the track is super fast.
Yeah, it's pretty much all downhill until outer zone 4, where it starts to go uphill just a little bit.
Yeah. Right after initiation, you're just speed through the rest of the run. It's crazy. Pulling around now, we have car number 100, Ming Ming, with Mr. DIY and Team Orange in his GR86. He's putting down some great looking forward to this.
It's out of the chicane, heading into the 3-2-1 area with a big flick. Throwing in a lot of angle. As he gets into outer zone 1 a little late, comes out a little early, but he does get all the way to the edge of the track. Now for outer zone 2, he gets all the way to the edge. Has a little bobble right there at outer zone 3. And then gets into outer zone 4 a little late.
So this time, I actually heard the tires squeal on that spot, which means it's got to be dry.
Yeah. I think that's where people are holding the handbrake a little bit.
Oh,
so it's just pushing some water out.
You're right on the edge of zone 1. Beautiful setup. Nice in zone 2. Coming around. You see how they had to kick it out a little bit? Overall, nice, clean, smooth run. And Mr. DIY and Team Orange, Team Girl. And a 69 for Ming Ming. Yeah. The water is pulling right around zone 4. So it's tricky, especially when it starts drying up at 3. You're picking up a little bit more speed to take into 4. So you just have to be careful.
Yeah.
Up next, we have car number 83, Jian Benjamin with Team Kazama with his S15 Sylvia.
this 3-2-1 with a big flick. Modulating that throttle. Gets into outer zone a little late. Gets all the way to the edge. Outer zone 2. Gets a little deep there. And then it's real shallow in outer zone 3 and 4.
Picking up really good speed. Getting settled with the e-brake. Doesn't quite get out deep as he wants into zone 1. Gets a little deep into zone 2. And in transition, you see the sticky point right there. Bringing her up to zone 4. A little shallow through 4, but I think that's, you know.
That little bobble he had right before that zone really messed him up. 4, 3, and 4. And I seen a comment about why don't they paint the lines on the track. The track actually doesn't allow anything on the track.
And it's a 63 for Benjamin.
They do a lot of events here, and just the track itself doesn't want paint or chalk or anything on that track itself. So that's why there is no boxes showing where they need to be.
Yeah. That's why they just have the
you have the cones and then the edge of the track. So they just need to be all the way to the rumble strip, just not touching it. I think that's why in the previous years they have allowed them to go over the rumble strip. But this year they don't want to do that.
Yeah, and it's mainly about the maintenance of the rumble strip. Pull up to the line now. We have car number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda with Cusco Racing in his GR Yaris.
Around this 3-2-1 zone. Nice entry. It's a little late getting into outer zone 1. Comes around for outer zone 2. Gets right there to the edge. And is all the way through outer zone 3. And just over rotates.
I think that he was trying to, because of the quick grip up, he was trying to throw more angle and then hit the water right after that. Yeah, that one dry spot is going to ruin quite a few days, or quite a few weekends, I should say. Yeah. We're all nice, smooth. Zone 1. Zone 2 could be a little bit deeper. Right there, he threw it, and then just when he gets back on the gas, just over-rotated just a bit. And unfortunately, that's a 0 for Haneda. So, on this sight lap, I thought I saw tire smoke. Not a lot. But between zone 1 and zone 2,
I wasn't paying attention. I see some of the water still running off of the rumble strips right at the end of outer zone 1, but it looks like that's where they shouldn't be.
That's true.
So
now, one thing I do know, and That's what they did yesterday for FDJ2 as well. It's after the first runs, they'll bring out like a cleaning crew and sweep up the track. So there is a good chance that any of the standing water might be moved off for a dry-ish second run. But right now we have car number 919, Echo Gal, Pop Race, 1087X with Evangelion Racing, with her Panda, Rocket Bunny S13.
Coming in with a lot of speed, having to scrub some of it down. She gets into outer zone 1, which is a little deep there. It comes around for outer zone 2, is a little deep in outer zone 2. Is a little late in outer zone 3, and he gets all the way through outer zone 4.
Overall, very clean run though.
I did see some of the smoke. Some of the tire smoke.
There we go.
Wasn't much, just a little bit.
But that's a good sign. Nice and deep through zone 1. Unfortunately, that's a rumble strip, but hey, if it sets her up for a clean line and a nice run, then that's what you do. And a 72 for Echo. We have another Evangelion Racing car coming back from his sight lap. I know it's tricky. I like all three of their cars. Evangelion Racing team.
Yeah.
The purple probably is my favorite car as far as livery goes.
There's like a Joker vibe to it.
Yeah, yeah. Pull up to the line now. We have car number 610, Kate Murakami with Evangelion Racing in his GR86. Unit 1.
Having a big entry at that 3-2-1. Having to modulate the throttle in outer zone 1. Coming around for outer zone 2, all the way to the edge of the track, and gets real deep in outer zone 3. And having to slow way down in outer zone 4 until he gets all the way through it.
I'll tell you what. Might have slowed down a bit between 3 and 4, but I'd like this placement.
Yeah.
At the initiation, a little bit deeper initiation can lead to a little bit better line into 1. Nice spot in 2, a little deep into 3.
This is where we were talking about maybe sacrificing some of the points for going too deep to set you up for the next zone.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's a 70 for Murakami. I feel like every round there's less of the Evangelion Racing girls.
Maybe they're just hiding. It's raining.
Like finding an Easter egg. tucked around somewhere. And coming back from his slight lap, we have car number 101, Luca Merli with Fat 5 Racing in his JZX 100 Mark II.
It's a typical JZX 100 for sideline.
They don't last on them long.
As he comes into this 3-2-1 zone, he has a nice handbrake entry. Gets all the way through outer zone 1, using that left foot brake to push him out to outer zone 2. Gets right there to the edge of it, and it has a little bobble for outer zone 3. And then gets all the way back to the edge of the track for outer zone 4.
It looks like more and more of the zone between, or the area between zone 2 and zone 3 is drying out. A nice entry, rides the line in zone 1. Bring it around, nice into zone 2. A little bobble, going into zone 3. Nice through zone 4.
Right now, the judges are discussing from outer zone 2 to outer zone 3 to see if he had maybe straightened with that little bobble.
Putting in the scores right now. So what do you guys think Luca got?
See 80s, high 80s, low 80s, high 70s.
62 for Luca. I think that bobble hurt him the most.
Yeah, for sure.
But put a score on the board. Up next we have car 17, Jen Horino with TSA Motorsport with Toyo tires from the GR86.
Had a nice entry at that 3-2-1. Trying to get all the way to outer zone 1. Makes his way to outer zone 2. Gets all the way through outer zone 2. It's a little shallow in outer zone 3. But trying to push himself to outer zone 4 and gets all the way and gets a little deep after that finish line.
Yeah, overall, pretty clean run. I like the entry right on the line. And then bring it around into zone 1, right on the edge. Bit deep in zone 2, but rides the whole zone. Smooth transition into 3, a little shallow. Overall, beautiful, clean, smooth run. Deep through some of the zones. And just add some angle.
Seeing some high 60s, low 60s, mid 50s, and he gets a high 60 of 69. Puts him in 8th.
finishing up his sight lap and coming back around to the start line, we have car number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro, with his Ishin 5X tires, Origin Lab JZX 100 Mark II.
I like this styling. Still has the full bumper. It's kind of rare for
yeah, you
hundreds.
like the full bumpers, yeah.
Enters in that 3-2-1 zone. Very nice. As he's a little delayed getting into outer zone 1. We're coming around to outer zone 2. Gets all the way to the edge of the track. And outer zone 3 does a very nice job. I think it's all the way out to outer zone 4 as well.
Yeah, a great job. Beautiful run, clean, smooth. Love the stickers on the window. Lots of angle coming into the 3-2-1. He just pushes his way out right to the edge of the zone. I love the transition from 1 to 2 and then back again to 3. Like he's putting the back tires right where they need to be.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, very, very beautiful run, especially looking at the conditions. So see some upper 70s, low, mid, and even a couple upper 80s. And a 75 from Meguro.
As soon as I think it's starting to, the mist is starting to go away, I feel it.
Yeah, then we get some other push. I mean, I just want it to be consistent for all the drivers through the entirety of the course. Up next, we have car number 870, Akihiro Hanawa with DGR Racing with Good Ride in his DGR Z4.
Can you read that fast?
I saw that it said Hanawa, which is his name, and then it says O, which is... No, I read the first line.
Comes in with an early entry, trying to push himself out over that corner to get to outer zone 1. He does do it, gets a little deep. But it's very deep coming around for outer zone 2. And then tries to shallow up. And then,
just got a little dirty at the end.
Yeah, that transition kind of messed him up. And he just wasn't unable to stay in drift and runs off track.
Yeah, I can't read very fast. He had a nice, strong entry. Did a 3-2-1, but maybe a little early. But he was able to get nice and deep through zone 1. A little too deep into zone 2. And then it just gripped up, went straight, and picked up way too much speed. Yep, unfortunately. and gets this. Yeah, most of the guys that grip up right there, they're able to try and push through. But it looked like when he went to try and push through, it just gripped up and threw him straight.
Yeah.
And finishing up his sight lap. We have one of my favorite cars, the R32, driven by Harry Yoza.
He's definitely made it interesting for his team this weekend. I think they had two diff changes in one day. I think they said they got one of them done in 20 minutes.
Yeah, no quick change for Harry.
Yeah, he's changing the whole diff, so hopefully he got it right this time.
Car number 43, Harry Yoza with Harry's Auto and Yoshi Dingyo BA M 532 5X and his R32
For a big entry at that 3-2-1. As he gets into outer zone 1 a little early, but pushing out to outer zone 2. He gets real deep in outer zone 2. Gets right there to the edge. Outer zone 3. Gets a little deep in outer zone 4. I must say, I think that was better than a side lap.
Yeah. I really like that lap by Harry. He was a little deep through some of the zones, but overall, showed a lot of commitment. Looked like he was trying to drive fast. Just lay it down. Yeah, a lot of the drivers are starting to pick up more and more speed through zone 1, which is starting to send him a little bit deeper into zone 2. So they have to crank up the angle a little bit more. Looks like that's 0 for Harry.
Josh is asking the judges why they gave him a 0.
So we were just told that Harry had 3 tires out, and that's why.
Oh, outer zone 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had 3 tires on the rumble strip. We just watched the replay of it from the live stream.
And pulling up now, we have car number 16, Jerry Tzu, with Team TMS Racing with JTK and his BMW E92.
Yeah, it was outer zone 2 that enters in this 3-2-1 zone. Enters outer zone 1 a little late and is very shallow. He pushes himself all the way through outer zone 2. Gets out of outer zone 3 a little early, but pushes himself deep into outer zone
4. Yeah, with Harry, so he had 3 tires on the rumble strip, or 1 off and then 2 on. And the rumble strip is not considered part of the track now.
Yeah. That is the end of the track, so definitely didn't help.
But Jerry a little shallow to zone 1. He gets out close to zone 2. Looks nice through zone 3. And is able to push his way back out to zone 4. Also very tricky there. You got to watch out through zone 4 to make sure you're not too far out too. That's a 70 for Jerry. just for anybody new that's joining us, what's happening is after a qualifying run, the next driver gets one sight lap or check run because the weather conditions change between practice and qualifying. So that way the drivers will get a chance to drive one essentially wet lap to try and get a feel for their first qualifying run and to make any changes before their second qualifying run.
Yeah, exactly.
And pulling up now, it's car number 888, John McKinn. Freestyle, Lauderdale Racing with Kenda in his GR86.
Big flick as he's coming around trying to get to outer zone 1. Very deep, but then is able to get right there on the edge of the track all the way through outer zone 1. And then just touches the edge, outer zone 2. Has a little bob on outer zone 3, but is at the very end of the track. A little late in outer zone 4. But that was a great run.
Yeah, that was a great recovery.
Yeah.
John McKinn just laying down good laps again. Well, I love seeing him good. 3 to 1, nice and deep. Nice through zone 1. See him starting to crank on the angle right towards zone 2. Switch it back nice into 3. Now you can see it starting to grip up towards the end of zone 3 now too.
Yeah.
Overall, very nice run by John McKinn. That's a 59 for John McKinn. This round, he's in a brand new car. Last round, he was in an S15 with a 2J. This round, he's in an S13 with a V8.
Yeah, turboed LS. He really hasn't had a whole lot of shakedown. He had one day at our local track in Misawa, but he's now here shaking it down for the first round of it, the S13.
And it's car number 144, Mr. Daniel with Cheeseburger Racing in his S13 Sylvia.
Still has the fast wipers as he comes around the 3-2-1. Having to modulate the throttle, he gets pretty deep in outer zone 1. Pushing himself all the way out to outer zone 2. It's all the way to the edge. He's a little shallow in outer zone 3. And he gets all the way to the edge in outer zone 4.
Bro, nice clean run.
You can tell when there's a V8 out because they're not using a whole lot of throttle because they have all that torque. So they're just barely touching the throttle there.
I tell you what. Got some crazy windshield wiper speed though. Looked like maybe one, maybe 2 tires on the rumble strip. Right at the edge for zone 2. Nice transition to 3, a little shallow, but worked his way out nice into 4.
So for the guys and gals that are asking or just wondering, if you see wipers that are going that fast, just know there's 12 volts to the wipers. Mr. Daniel gets a 69, puts him in the 10th position so far. But yeah, they just have a switch going straight to the motor rather than having it on the column where you can adjust the speed. It's just 12 volts straight to the wipers, so they go full speed as fast as they can go.
It's just yes or no. You want wipers? Yes. Pulling up now, we have car number 212, Yutaro Oe with Good Ride Motorsports in his FD3S RX-7.
Around that 3-2-1 is real deep, trying to get all the way to outer zone 1. Does a nice job there. It's a little deep in outer zone 2 and 3. Having to save it for outer zone 4. It does a very nice job there. Yeah, it's very hard if you get on that grassy area really through outer zone 3. Like if you go too deep, it just pushes you way too far off the line.
And you just slide.
Yeah.
It's funny, we go from a V8 to a rotary. And on a check lap now, we have another V8. Overall, 08, nice run. Got a little too deep in some zones, zone 2 specifically, and could get a little deeper in others, zone 1 and zone 3. Zone 4 he was able to work out, but just needs a little bit more angle through zone 4. But overall, put something on the board, especially in these conditions. Come out next run and knock down a higher score. And a 69 for Oe. Pulling up to the line now, we have car number 19, Yukio Matsui with Matsumoto Kiyoshi M2 Evolution with an F22 BMW 220i M Sports.
Gets into that 3-2-1. Using all the limiter. All the way through outer zone 1. Throwing a lot of angle in for outer zone 2. Just gets to the edge of the track. And does a nice job in outer zone 3. Comes out of it a little early though. And then nice and deep through outer zone 4.
Overall, a very good run. Nice and deep through the 3-2-1. Right on the edge of zone 1. Swinging out to zone 2. Perfect placement. Swinging back to zone 3. Also excellent placement. Beautiful through zone 4. Overall, a very good, smooth, clean run. And a 79 for Yukio Matsui. And our current leaderboard, we have Tanaka at 81 points in first. We have Matsui Fukada second and third at 79. 78 for OU in fourth. And a slew of the 60s and 70s. Working our way down.
And we'll be having a top 32 for FDJ. So we have 16 drivers left.
And pulling up to the line now, we have car number 61, Mao Yamanaka with Good Ride Motorsports in his A90 Supra.
Comes out of the chicane. Has an early entry as he comes around to outer zone 1. He's a little delayed getting into the zone. He's a little shallow in outer zone 2 and 3. I think it's a little shallow in outer zone 4.
But either way, he did have some really smooth transitions.
Yeah.
He could have been a little deeper through some of the zones. But overall, really smooth transitions. Could use a little bit more angle. I mean, it's tricky after watching him in the dry, where he had tons of angle, tons of speed.
Yeah. Ooh. It just got brighter out. Maybe the sun's trying to peek through.
Yeah, maybe we get second runs in the dry. And a 78 for Mao. Coming back from his sight run, we have Masuyama. I feel like the temperature just increased a bit too.
Yeah, I think the sun's like right here.
And pulling up to the line now, we have car number 530, Wataru Masuyama with Evangelion Racing with his GR86, Unit 2.
Has an early entry, going in a lot of speed, nice and deep. Is a little delayed getting into outer zone 1, but comes around for outer zone 2. Gets all the way to the edge of the track. Is a little shallow in outer zone 3, trying to push himself out to outer zone 4, and he does get in there.
It looked like he was having some issues. But I'll tell you what, he was able to keep it locked in. I thought a couple times he was about to fight it. So a bit shallow through zone 1. Zone 2, beautiful. Looks like it started gripping up a little bit into zone 3. And bringing it up to zone 4 is really nice.
trying to see if it's still misting out. Can't really tell.
Stick your arm out. That's it.
It is.
Up next, we have car number 947, Jake Jones, Drift Squid in his RBM3.
Coming into this 3-2-1 with a lot of angle. He's all the way to the edge of the track for outer zone 1. Making his way to outer zone 2. Just gets into the rumble strips. Then has a little bobble up before that transition, but does a nice job in outer zone 3 and 4.
Overall, it's super clean run by Jake.
Yeah, he was having some issues this weekend with charging, so like alternator issues, but it looks like he got it sorted out.
Yeah. I feel like zone 1 perfect location, zone 2 a little deep, zone 3 really nice, and zone 4 also nice and deep. Overall, like I said, a very clean, smooth run by Jake.
You see him hyped up in the camera.
Yeah. He knows he put down a good run. And a 78 for Jake Jones.
Especially with not knowing how the conditions are from practice, from when you practice to qualifying. I think you putting down anything without zeroing is going to hype you up.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what, 378s in a row?
Yeah. Yeah.
And pulling up for his run is car number 89, Pop, with Nick Sturt and Drive to Drift Academy in his S15 Sylvia.
Gets out of the chicane, coming around for this 3-2-1 zone. Going in a lot of angle. He's a little delayed getting into outer zone 1. He gets all the way to the edge of the track. Gets really deep into outer zone 2. Has a little wavering and is a little shallow in outer zone 3. And then nice and deep in outer zone 4.
I think the judges are going to take a look at it. Right at zone 4. Nice through zone 1.
Ooh, it looks like he might
Zone
have got
2 right on
3
the
out.
edge.
Looks like he might have got 3 tires off right there.
But I think that here
and there.
Yeah. Fortunately, that's a 0 for Pup.
You have Matsuyama headed back from his sight lap.
I love this car. Nice, clean, super bright yellow. McDonald's on the top. I want some French fries.
We passed it on the way in.
I know. Should have stopped.
Too early. They wouldn't have given us French fries. We had hash browns.
Hash brown.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Up next, we have car number 774, Hokuto Matsuyama with Cusco Racing in his A90 Supra.
Oh, coming in with a wavering entry. This is a little delayed and shallow in outer zone 1. Comes around for outer zone 2, gets all the way out there, and then gets out of outer zone 3 really early. And then, it's like he got a little bit too far off track after outer zone 4.
Yeah, I definitely think they're starting to pick up more and more speed through 3. And then going into the slick 4. Beautiful zone 2. Transition into 3. I feel maybe just a few cars earlier would have been good.
Yeah.
But because it's starting to dry up a little bit faster, still have missed.
It's definitely not as much. And unfortunately, Matsuyama will have a 0.
Yeah, you guys can definitely hear Daigo when they tell.
Just having fun.
That's right. And pulling around now, we have car number 87, Daigo Saito with Fat 5 Racing in his A90 Supra.
Gets out of the chicane. Has an early entry at that 3-2-1. Has to slow way down as he gets all the way to the edge of the track for outer zone 1. Just getting on the rumble strip for outer zone 2. He gets right there to the edge for outer zone 3. And has to shallow up just a little bit as he gets through outer zone 4.
It's crazy just with the V8s and all their torque. That's either on or off. Yeah. Just went up a little bit. A left tap. Half clutching just to stay safe. Yeah, coming in with a lot of speed and a lot of angle. Just rides zone 1. Just one tire on the rumble strip in zone 2. Zone 3 looking nice and deep. Rode the entirety of it and working around through zone 4. Very nice. I would say safe run by Daigo. And I love watching him in the dry though. There's a 75 for Daigo. I feel like the whip really limits the power of the and torquiness of the V8s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds amazing.
There's the current ranking.
Pulling back around to the starting line, we have car number 555, Yukio Fausto, Mini GT with Liberty Walk in his S15 Sylvia. And they've been putting down a lot of great runs this weekend too.
Fausto gets out of the chicane, headed towards that 3-2-1 entry. Playing nice and conservative. This is a little delayed, but does get all the way to the edge of the track and outer zone 1. Throwing in a lot of angle as he comes around to outer zone 2. Wavers just a little bit at that transition and throwing even more angle for outer zone 4. That was about the most anger I've seen. He's
So,
trying to save a lot of it.
I think that they're going to be taking a look at it. I'm like, I like the angle, but it looked like maybe doing reverse entry into 3 different zones. But that's where the low-end nitrous makes your car a lot more torquey.
So, a lot of it is saving, and a lot of it is him just doing that, because I know all practice that I've seen him do, going to outer zone 4, he tries to throw a backy in there.
Yeah.
And I've seen him do that for the past 3 days, so I know like some of it is just his style, some of it may be a little mess up, but we'll see what they have to say. And it looks like he's going to get a 0 for maybe over rotating.
Half spin or reverse entry. I guess is this still reverse entry if it's into the middle of a zone, in the middle of the course? Is that still considered entry? Or would that be half spin at that point? So currently, car number 131, Yuma, he's working on some engine issues, so he will take a pass on run 1.
Just where they have some extra time for run 2.
That's right. And coming back around from his sight lap, we have car number 27, Shangju Zhang with GMS Coffee with TMS in his BMW E92.
Yeah, the mist is starting to go away from the track, so I do expect the track to maybe get a little patchy in some areas as they start pushing the water off. But for now, it's still fairly consistent.
Yeah. I mean, consistently bad going into zone 3.
Yeah. Might get a little worse now, though. Coming into that 3-2-1 with a lot of speed. He gets right there to the edge of that rumble strip in outer zone 1. He's a little shallow in outer zone 2. Leaves outer zone 3 a little early. And then gets into outer zone 4 a little late.
Overall, very, very smooth run, though.
I mean, getting through the course, I think, is a feat in itself right now.
Yeah. And Zhang didn't bobble at all on zone 3. A nice initiation. Great positioning through zone 1. Zone 2 a little shallow, but Overall, I feel that set him up for a good zone 3 to zone 4 transition. And just drove right through it. And then 83 puts Jang in first. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they don't want you using the rumble strip, so you use right at the edge of the track. And they also don't want, or Sugo would not like us to paint on the course either. Yeah, that was a great run by Jack. Pulling up to the line now, we have car number 9, Kiyofumi Hamada with H9 Racing and Valina in his JZX 100 Chaser.
Coming in that 3-2-1 with a lot of angle, having to scrub a lot of speed down to get it into outer zone 1. Gets all the way to the edge, making his way to outer zone 2. Does a nice job there. Is a little shallow in outer zone 3, and then is a little late getting into outer zone 4.
Yeah, it's so tough, especially when it starts to grip up right at 3 for you.
Yeah, I think the track conditions are already starting to change. He was wavering a whole lot, even after outer zone 3.
Yeah, through zone 1, really nice. Zone 2, got a little bit deep. Yeah, see, it just looks a lot more dry in that one area. Yeah, so Sugo is super strict, and they just have a few special requests for us this year. And that's a 72 for Hamada, and that puts him into 13th place. It says, I love the rain. That's what I said. And pulling back up to the start line now, we have car number 77, Yusuke Kusaba with Team Cusco Racing in his GR86. I really like the clean look of the Cusco cars.
Yeah. Gets into that 3-2-1, using a lot of angle, a lot of speed. Moves all the way to the edge of the track for outer zone 1. Has a little bob on outer zone 2. Pushes him a little too deep, and it gets all the way to the edge for outer zone 3. And has to take some of that angle out to get through outer zone 4. I think he's one of the first ones to get all the way through outer zone 3. Getting to the edge without going past.
Nice clean run. Zone 1. Zone 2 gets one tire deep. zone 2 or zone 3 right on the line. It's a great transition. And then zone 4, really nice through that. Overall, a great run by Kusaba.
Yep.
And an 82 for Kusaba, and that puts him into second place. That's 1 point behind Zhang with TMS. It's great seeing, some regular teams out here. I feel like there's a lot of, team rivalry or team battles.
Oh, yeah.
Like between Cusco and TMS and Good Ride.
You got Team Orange.
Team Orange as well, yes. And speaking of Team Orange, pulling around from his sight lap, we have car number 4, Masanori Kohashi with Team Orange in his A90 Supra.
And he's had troubles all weekend as well. I know Friday they were changing an engine.
So he had
Friday morning, right?
Some bearings Friday, and then Saturday, wastegate issue.
So let's see if he has it all put together for this run. He's coming around to outer zone 1. It's a little shallow. And as you can see, it's starting to get a little patchy. As you see, some tire smoke. It's a little shallow in outer zone 2. Leaves outer zone 3 a little early. And then gets into outer zone 4 a little late.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, it's already starting to dry up.
Not quite out to the zone 1. Zone 2 a little shallow. A little bit of wavering. Nice through zone 3. And bring it out to zone 4. Nice.
Now this is going to make it very tough if you don't get on the line that everybody else is running.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have one path that's going to be just grip, and then everything else is going to be wet.
Yep.
So
right outside of that one path, it's going to be super slick.
Yep. You'll be coming in with too much speed and you get offline and you're just off track.
Yeah. I mean, that part is actually super dangerous too, because you're picking up all the speed while you're in. And that's an 81 for Masanori Kohashi. It puts him into 3rd place. Yeah, Patchy is the worst.
Yeah, with that being said, Masanori did a fantastic job.
But on the plus side, he still has quite a bit more room to play with, to get a higher score. Pulling up now, we have car number 37, Koichi Yamashita with TMS Racing and 5X tires in his BMW E92.
Getting into that 3-2-1, has a little handbrake entry. Gets it nice and deep in outer zone 1. Gets right to the rumble strips in outer zone 2. Has a bobble in that transition outer zone 3, which leaves him really shallow and having to struggle to push himself out to outer zone 4.
Missed. I love his 3-2-1 entry, right on the edge. Brings it on nicely into zone 1. Swinging on nicely, a little deep into zone 2. A little shallow into 3. Again, that dry spot it gets you. And him nicely through zone 4. Some of the drivers have super fans. And a 70 for Yamashita. And coming back around, lined up is car number 21, King Gushi from Team Kazama in his Lexus IS 500. It sounds like the start line's a little dry too.
Around this 3-2-1, throwing in a lot of speed and having to correct. He has to correct it, and then he has a little bobble inside of outer zone 1. Gets all the way through the track to outer zone 2. Outer zone 3 is nice and deep in outer zone 3. And then finding his way to outer zone 4.
It looked like right here it got off the normal line, and so this he just washed out a bit.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
And then he's essentially trying to work on his line for the second half. Yeah, that's one thing that they're doing this year that I really like is the driver flags.
Yeah, that is a nice touch.
Yeah, they got them all over the course now. And we have Hira just finished up his run. And that's a 63 for King Gushi. And that washout from the 3-2-1 to zone 1 really affected him.
Yeah.
Right now we have Hiro, car number 771, Hiroya Minowa with Cusco Racing in his GR Corolla.
And in for a big entry. He's taking it nice and deep. He is all the way to the edge for outer zone 1. Taking it a little deep in outer zone 2. He gets all the way to the edge in outer zone 3. And he gets nice and deep in outer zone 4.
Yeah, really, really smooth.
He had a little checkup in outer zone 2.
Between 2 and 3?
No, like inside of the zone.
Into.
Yeah.
So I thought he got a little bit deep there, which would have some issues. But yeah, through zone 1, it was nice. Oh, just all that extra angle going into zone 2.
It looked like he didn't, but it looked like in person, it looked like he stopped and then went again.
I mean, it's tricky too because if you're watching it from the stand and the replay, slightly different.
Yeah.
And that's an 82. Puts Hiro in second position. I feel like the sun's coming out, and then the mist starts coming.
Yeah, the mist is back.
And pulling up to the start line now, we have car number 36, Kazumi Takahashi with TMS Racing in his BMW E92. And he is our last driver for run 1.
Gets out of the chicane. Has an early initiation as he's coming around from outer zone 1. Is a little shallow in outer zone 1. A little shallow in outer zone 2. Is nice and deep in outer zone 3. And is a little quick getting into that 4th outer zone. But it's still a very clean run.
Looked like he was just riding the water from 3 to 4.
Yeah. Being very picky.
A nice transition to zone 1, but not able to get out as deep as I think he would like to be. Zone 2, a little shallow. Zone 3, right at the line. And nice for zone 4. Overall, a very clean, very smooth run. Takahashi. That's an 82 for Takahashi. That puts him into 3rd place.
This is the current ranking for the top 20. Top 32. The rest of the 12 should be up after this.
So in the top 4, we have 2 Cusco drivers and 2 TMS drivers. And then Team Orange at number 5. And we're gonna hit a couple commercials and we'll be right back with you guys for run 2.
G-SHOCK MRG カシオ The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
追い求めれば求めるほど遠ざかる時もある。でも理想に追いつけるのは自分だけだ。池江璃花子は横浜ゴムと世界に挑戦する。限界はない。行くぞ 横浜
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍する剣だ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。剣だ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
In a world of extremes, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮。チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ。小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
And we're back. So the Sugo crew is out here, and they are trying to clean up the track as much as they can, trying to get any of the excess water off. And currently, there are our top 20 rankings, and you can see it's a tight field between first and 20th. It's only 13 points.
There's the cutoff at 59. We have a few zeros, so hopefully they can come out and
put
give
down
us
a good
score.
second run.
Yeah. As you can see, there's even the warm-up box is starting to have some grip. So we'll see if the track reciprocates that.
So they were putting a lot of work in down between zone 1, zone 2, and right around zone 4, as well as the 3-2-1 to zone 1. I saw 2 workers over there as well to try and get as much of the standing water off the track as they could, as well as any of the excess or loose tire beads.
Yep.
Yeah, yes, the burnout box is almost completely dry now. And pulling up for his second run, we have car number 14, Kazuya Oshima with Team KOD in his GR86.
Got the green light coming out of the chicane. There's a little faint entry as he's coming into outer zone 1. And I think he was expecting a little bit more grip and then just throws it in a little too hard.
Unfortunately, that's going to be the end of this round for Oshima. It's definitely starting to get dry on the run-up, which means they're picking up a lot more speed.
Yeah.
That they have to find out a way that they need to deal with it.
Well, I know the run-up, you're going to grab a lot of speed. At that 3-2-1, you're not going to have as much grip as you will in outer zone 1.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a very tough battle to try figuring out.
Yeah, definitely.
Because a lot of the grip will come back from outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. And then outer zone 3, but then outer zone 4 is going to stay a little slip for probably half the day at least.
Pulling up our second row, we have car number 88, Shintaro Nakamura with Japan Environment Development Racing with Valina in his FD3S RX-7.
It's coming in a lot slower. Just has a small faint entry. That 3-2-1 coming around. Gets into the rumble strip just a little bit in outer zone 1. Throwing in a lot of angle and just over rotates. So like I was saying, outer zone 1 to 2, there's a lot of grip in outer zone 1, but the corner getting to outer zone 2 basically has nothing.
Yeah.
And then it grips back up into outer zone 2 all the way to 3, and then you lose all that grip.
Yeah, it's crazy. Unfortunately, that's a 0 for Nakamura in these crazy conditions. Pulling up now for his second run is car number 808, Nagiyasu Miyagi with Car Guy Racing in his ZN8. Hachiroku.
Gets out of the chicane. It's a little faint entry. Hold the E-brake, trying to get all the way to outer zone 1. It's really shallow. Trying to get out to outer zone 2. Gets out of outer zone 3 really early. And then gets it out of zone 4 a little late.
Yeah, overall, it's just, you can see that the drivers are starting to battle with their conditions. I mean, when it was all wet or it's all dry, that's one thing. I mean, you have to make adjustments, but like here, it's very, very difficult.
You have to think, yeah, you have to think that the drivers, they're probably getting an hour and a half to 2 hour break between runs. We're seeing the changes live, but they're not seeing them. They're seeing them over a larger span, so they have to correct everything really fast.
I mean, especially with this part right here, it's totally reactionary. It's you're throwing into a corner and see what happens.
Yeah.
Try and make the best of it. And that's a 56 for Miyagi. Unfortunately for him, with the borderline being 59, that's we'll see him next round.
Yep.
Up next, we have car number 78, Kazuma Ikimoto with Progress, Project Mute, and Team SSR in his JZX100 Cresta.
Came in with a big entry coming around for outer zone 1. It's a little shallow and bobbles just a little bit inside the zone. Coming around to outer zone 2, gets all the way to the edge of the track, and he's real deep in outer zone 3, trying to stretch out outer zone 4.
Overall, very good job. You can see where the car tries to grip up sometimes and starts to slide the next. Overall, it just shows that he has a lot of control over placing the car where he wants it to be. I mean, there's a lot more bobbles, but I feel like that's him being, that's him reacting to the situations that his car's currently in.
Exactly.
And you can see, like, even coming through the end of zone 4, there's a little bit of tire smoke.
And he is in a Toyota Cresta, similar to a Chaser.
Did I say
different
Chaser?
body style.
I thought it said Cresta.
You probably did. Somebody in the chat asked.
Oh, my bad. And it's a 59 for Ikimoto. Up next, we have car number 11, Sam Lucas with Team Summit and B Ford, S15 Sylvia, and he's sitting on a 65 car.
He is coming in with some speed, has a big entry as he's trying to make his way to outer zone 1, throwing in a lot of angle right there, using a lot of the foot brake, trying to extend that drift into outer zone 2. He gets a little deep in outer zone 2. Gets out of outer zone 3 a little early, back on the foot brake, and does a nice job in outer zone 4.
Yeah, you can see it's got smoke in some areas and just sliding all around in others. A very good job by Sam, especially carrying as much speed as he did. And just trying to put down a good clean run, but as much speed and angle as he can.
Yep. I feel like this is exactly how practice went yesterday. And then towards the end, it's going to be a smoke show. For qualifying.
It's funny because a lot of the drivers yesterday, and that's a 74 for Sam.
Puts him in 16th position. And hopefully that will keep him in.
Up next is car number 45, S, with Nexter D-Max Racing in his S15 Sylvia.
Coming in with a lot of speed. Gets all the way to the edge of outer zone 1. Gets really deep in outer zone 2. Leaves a little early on that transition and then messes them up on outer zone 3, but it corrects it in outer zone 4.
So yesterday, after the J2 qualifying, the J1 guys get practice. Most of those guys were expecting it to be all sunny today. Well, not sunny, but all dry today. So a lot of those guys waited on the early practices when it had these type of conditions, opting for waiting until the track dried out a little bit better to get more dry practice in.
Yeah.
So I wonder if those guys that went out early, you know, this is more beneficial to them.
It definitely would be.
And a 65 for S. And that puts him, or it keeps him at 13. Up next, we have car number 210, Kazuyuki Tomite with Cynthium, G-Meister, Cleve Racing, and his JZX 100 Chaser.
He has a very early entry. He's bobbling because of it. And he gets all the way through outer zone 1. Pushing himself to outer zone 2. He's a little shallow. He's a little shallow outer zone 3. But then gets all the way to the edge of the track in outer zone 4.
It looked like he was having some issues right at the start. Right after leaving the 3-2-1, it looked like he wanted to grip up. Yeah, it looked like the whole time he was just fighting with.
It's a tough battle because you're having to guess your speed because you don't know what the grip level actually is. And I think he just guessed it a little too slow, and it affected him in that way.
Unfortunately, that's a 0 for Tomite, but he's still holding on at rank 30. Coming up to the line now, we have car number 54, Sheng Liang with Team Kazama with Power Vehicles and his JZX 100 Chaser.
Coming around to this 3-2-1. There's that handbrake as he enters. Gets all the way to the edge, outer zone 1. Looking for outer zone 2. He's a little shallow. He makes his way to outer zone 3. He leaves it just a tad early, but trying to push himself, and then, he goes off course right at the end.
Oh, S's 76 was with his first run, not the second run. And Nian looking really good through this run, which is crazy because like you don't really see much tire smoke from Nian. And then right at the end, he just couldn't hold on.
It's right before the finish line too, so that's very unfortunate.
Unfortunately, that's a 0 for Nian. We'll see him next round.
Yeah, I think he had a different line than everybody else. That's why he didn't have.
Oh, maybe.
Or the mist is coming back.
Up next, we have car number 899, Zhao Zhangdai with Team Taiwan Elite Drift in his BMW E92, and he's sitting on a 57 right now.
Waiting for the green light. Faster.
Supercharger.
Coming down the hill. Has a little wave in the entry. He's trying to push himself. Gets a lot of angle, gets real deep into those rumble strips for outer zone 1. It's a little shallow outer zone 2. It gets all the way to the end of the track in outer zone 3. And that does a nice job in outer zone 4.
Overall, very good run, especially considering the conditions, and then he was battling with control pretty much the whole first half of the run. Zone 3, Zone 4 looked much smoother and didn't quite make it out as far as he wanted in Zone 2. I mean, I see a lot more of the umbrellas popping up, but I don't see much mist. What we got?
And he gets a 61. That will put him in the 32nd position. Let's see if he can hold on to that.
Up next, we have car number 822, Zhang Hao with Marvy Racing and Boss Panda Motorsports in his GR86.
Come around with a lot of angle. He's losing a little bit of speed, having to gain it through outer zone 1. He's a little shallow in outer zone 2. And then leaves outer zone 3 a little early, but pushing himself all the way through outer zone 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was close to that finish.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out how they push themselves out from 3 to 4 if they leave early and they're really shallow. That is a difficult task.
The shallow part's how. Because of speed, and they hit that wet area.
It looks like they just go straight over there.
Just straight sideways. A great job, especially holding on there right at the end. And that should get him on the board.
He is sitting on a 0. So.
And I think the cutoff 61. So if he's able to pull out something higher than that, he has a good chance. Well, a chance. And a 74. That puts him in the 17th place. So up next we have car number 5. Tomoki Tanaka with VSR Kumamoto with his JZX 100 Chaser.
Come around. Looking for outer zone 1. He's a little shallow as he makes his way outer zone 2. Didn't sound like he was fully committed. And he was a little shallow in outer zone 2, but did a nice job in outer zone 3. And he gets all the way through outer zone 4.
Yeah, it's really hard to be fully committed whenever you don't know in the next 10 feet if it's going to be wet or dry, grippy or slick. But
I get it.
Yeah. But overall, yes. He put together a pretty clean run. Wasn't the prettiest, but it got to move through all the zones and the finish line. He's sitting on an 81. And a 74 for his second run.
So he'll keep the 81, and he will be in 5th position so far.
Up next, we have car number 903, Yuichi Amagai, with perfect style in his S15 Sylvia. And he's sitting on a 0 right now.
I'm bummed he took his wing off.
Too much downforce.
Coming in with an early entry, nice and deep. He is getting into the water a bit, but that might help him out, get all the way through to that zone. As he pushes himself in outer zone 2, he gets a little shallow, leaves outer zone 3 just a little early, and then gets really deep in outer zone 4, and it looks like he might have went 3 tires off.
I think the shallow leaving 3 just picked up too much speed. And unfortunately, we'll see him next round. Pulling up to the line now, we have car number 20, Mr. Aning, with Team Academic with Watanabe in his S15 Sylvia, 240Z front end.
Getting down the hill into this 3-2-1. It's a little late getting in outer zone 1, but he does make it all the way to the track. Goes 1 tire off in that inside zone, and then gets real deep in outer zone 3. And he gets all the way to the line in outer zone 4.
That's probably the deepest in cut that I've seen so far.
Yeah, that was way in there.
And I think that's just because it just started gripping up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had great recovery from 3 to 4. It looked like he was picking up a lot of speed.
He was.
And Mr. Aning currently sitting on the 65. Let's see if he does any better the second run. And a 63. So he still keeps that 65, and he's currently in 28th place.
He is definitely in for now. We'll see if he stays in or if something happens where somebody overdoes him.
Next up, we have car number 73, Hiro Saito with OT's 5X tires, West Auto, in his R35 GTR, currently sitting on a 0.
Going in a lot of angle, but I don't think he didn't have the speed, so he's bobbling just a little bit right before that zone. He does get on top of the rumble strips, and then he gets into the water, but that helps him reach outer zone 2, but he gets a little deep and is shallow in outer zone 3, and then gets a little shallow in outer zone 4.
I think the judges are going to give him a 0 for the entry. Overall, he did recover really nicely towards the end.
And as you see, they're still looking at that entry, and he's wavering a whole lot. So I think they're seeing if it is a chaseable lead run.
Yeah, I think that he's going to unfortunately get 0. Oh, or are they going to score? It's tricky.
Yeah, they do just need to commit. I agree. It's just very hard having an unknown situation ahead of you. You don't want to go too fast, and the next thing you know, you're in a wall somewhere. 'Cause that's very easy here. They look far away, but they have been getting really close to some of the walls.
Oh, yeah. Especially right after the finish line.
Yeah.
And it's a 51 for Saito.
That does put him outside of the cutoff.
Up next is car number 38. Itsuki Fukada with Big Globe SSR Team Dunlop Progress in her JZX 100 Mark II, and she's sitting on a 79.
He's coming around looking for outer zone 1. Does a nice job at that 3-2-1 area. It's a little shallow in outer zone 1, but pushing herself out to outer zone 2. She gets a little shallow as well, but throwing in a lot of angle in outer zone 3. And having to reach for outer zone 4.
Overall, a very good run. Sitting on a 79, that definitely helps as well. Not quite out as deep to zone 1 as hoping. Zone 2 a little shallow as well. Zone 3 nice and deep. And then bring it around into zone 4. And a 72 for Itsuki. And she's currently in 7th place. Up next, Connor's here with Fat 5 Racing. Unfortunately, he's going to have to scratch this round due to some engine troubles. But up next, we have car number 13, Mikey Nakamura with Mikey Racing in his GRS 204 Crown. Unfortunately, he's sitting on a 0, so let's see what he's got now.
Coming around for outer zone 1. Gets all the way to the edge of the track, throwing down some smoke now as he comes around for looking for outer zone 2. Is a little shallow, nice and deep, and outer zone 3. And then, whoa! I think he lost some of his grip, and it just took him right off track.
It was such a great run, too.
And that was the first one. We had like a lot of smoke on, too, so.
A nice wide entry to zone 1. Brings it right to the line. Zone 2 nice and deep. We're just unable to pull out a zone 4 in time. And unfortunately, that's a 0 for Mikey. So we will see him next round as well. Up next would normally have been OU, but he has taken a pass on his second run with a 78 on his first run. But currently we have car number 100, Ming Ming, Mr. DIY, Team Orange, in his GR86, and he's sitting on a 69.
It's out of the chicane. Trying to grab some speed, but all over the place. But enters in that 3-2-1. He gets a little shallow in outer zone 1, but pushing around to outer zone 2. Gets right there at the edge of the track. Gets a little deep in that outer zone 3, and then it gets in outer zone 4 a little late.
It's tricky because I feel like in order to get into outer zone 4 early, you're going through the water.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, very good job. You're starting to see a lot more drivers gripping up. A little shallow through 1, a little deep into 2 and 3. And clipping right at the end of zone 4.
Do you think it's smart for OU to skip out? Do you think anybody?
He might have had some issues that he wanted to tend to. But after you put down a 78, it's just, I mean, it's better to take care of the car, make sure everything's good. Ming's 74 points, brings him up to position 16. Up next, we have car number 83, Jian Benjamin with Team Kazama in his S15 Sylvia.
Getting down the hill, playing a little conservative on the speed. We'll see if it plays to his advantage as he gets right to the edge of the track in outer zone 1. It's a little shallow in outer zone 2, but does a nice job in outer zone 3. And then just clips outer zone 4.
Yeah, overall, really, really good run. But yeah, the 3 to 4 zone, it's going to be the toughest right now because no one wants to get in that water. We've seen what happened when Mikey got in the water.
Yeah.
So the current line is a little shallow through 2, nice and deep through 3, and a little shallow through 4. And I expect to see more and more drivers just getting slightly wider into zone 2. But that 3 to 4 is definitely going to be a tough transition. Oh yeah, it's getting much faster now. And a 71 for Benjamin. That puts him in the 22nd place. Next up, we have car number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda with Cusco Racing in his GR Yaris. He's currently sitting on a 0.
Has a nice conservative initiation. Looking for outer zone 1 is a little shallow there. A little shallow in outer zone 2 as well. Does a nice job in outer zone 3. And then gets all the way through outer zone 4. But you can definitely tell that he was outside of the grip line because he didn't really have that much mode.
Yeah. A little shallow through 1. And you see he's a little deep into 2 as far as the start. But then between starting into zone 2 really early, but going shallow and then going deep into 3, which left him deep into 4. So he was hanging out in that wet zone a lot of times.
He didn't do anything wrong. That is the proper line. There's just no grip right there right now, so it then messed him up.
Just a 61. Unfortunately, that's putting Kaneda outside of the qualifying. So we'll see him next round. Up next, we have car number 919, Echo Gao, Pop Race, 1087X with Evangelion Racing and her Rocket Bunny S13 sitting on a 72.
Taking it nice and deep as she comes around looking for outer zone 1. Does a nice job getting all the way to the edge. Just kissing the rumble strips. It's a little shallow in outer zone 3, but does a nice job in outer zone 4.
Yeah, very, very good control. Nice and deep entry from the 3-2-1. Right on the edge of zone 1. Dropped one tire in zone 2, right at the edge of zone 3. And then bringing it around, nice through zone 4. The temperatures are getting cooler, but it looks like the mist has stopped. So you'll see more and more smoke and faster runs. That's a 74 for Echo, and that brings her into 16th place. Up next, we have car number 610, Kei Murakami with Evangelion Racing with his GR86 unit.
Doing a nice job as he comes around for outer zone 1. It is a little shallow though. As he pushes the outer zone 2, does a nice job there, getting all the way to the edge. Gets a little deep in outer zone 3, but does a nice job in outer zone 4.
Yeah, definitely a great job recovering from 3 to 4. Nice, good outside line. Unfortunately, he didn't quite get out to zone 1. Well, to the line. Zone 2, perfect. Zone 3 a little bit deep, and then that brings him into zone 4, also a bit deep. But overall, a very nice, clean run. And sitting on a 70. That should be an improvement. '71.
1 point improvement.
And that brings him into 22nd place. Up next, we have car number 101, Luca Merli with Fat 5 Racing in his JZX 100 Mark II, sitting on a 62.
Does a nice job. That 3-1 entry. Gets all the way to the edge right at the end of the outer zone 1. Just gets to the edge at outer zone 2 and 3. And then finds the edge of the track in outer zone 4. That was an excellent job.
Nice out to zone 2. Zone 3, nice and deep through that. And then bring it around nicely through zone 3. Overall, Luca had a very nice run, and it should be an improvement on his 62. That's a 70 for Luca. That puts him into 24th place. Up next, we have car number 17, Jin Horino with TSA Motorsports and Toyo Tires with his GR86.
Making his way down the hill with a big flick as he's looking for outer zone 1. Gets a little bit into the rumble strips in outer zone 1. And then grips up and takes it a little shallow in outer zone 2. But does a nice job in outer zone 3. And then it looks like he might have just touched that zone in outer zone 4.
You have to throw in tons of angle to get into zone 1. his transition to zone 2. You can see he sort of hooked the inside lip. That sent him pretty shallow into zone 2. But I will say this, it was a great job straightening up before 3 and 4. It's always nice to see dedicated fans.
Yeah. It's a big old flag.
That is a big flag. And that'll be a 61 for Jen. And he's currently sitting on his 69 and in 27th place. And up next at the line, we have car number 96, Katsuhiro Meguro, with Ishin 5X tires, Origin Labs, in his JCX 100 Mark II. And he's sitting on a 75.
Getting down the hill with a big flick as he makes the corner for outer zone 1. Is just to the edge, has a little bobble at the end of that zone. And he's a little shallow in outer zone 2. He gets all the way to the edge in outer zone 3. He does a nice job in outer zone
4. You can see definitely starting to grip up a little bit more. But then, like, as soon as that starts happening, it's misting more and more too.
Yeah.
Not quite out as deep as he wants in zone 2, but zone 3 looks really nice. Zone 3 also nice and deep. Or zone 3 and 4, really nice and deep. And he's currently sitting on a 75. So let's see how this score adds to him. Yeah, it's definitely getting more and more grippy. And judges are punching the scores right now. So that's a 70 from Meguro. So that puts him into 14th place. Up next, we have car number 870, Akihiro Hanawa with DGR Racing with Goodride and his DGR Z4.
Gets out of the chicane, coming down the hill with a big entry as he turns the corner for outer zone 1. Does a nice job getting all the way to the edge. And gets a little deep in outer zone 4. But does a nice job in outer zone 3. And gets all the way through outer zone 4. Looks like he might have just touched. After outer zone 4.
I like right how deep you can get. So deep through entry, zone 1. Dropping just one tire in zone 2. Nice through zone 3. Looks like he stayed in on zone 4. I meant 3 tires.
Yeah.
And that's a 79 for Hanawa. And that puts him into 9th place. Up next, we have car number 43, Harry Yoza with Harry's Auto with Hiyoshi Dingyo, BAM 0532 with 5X tires and his R32 Skyline. Sent him to 0.
Throwing in a lot of angle as he makes his way outer zone 1, gets all the way to the edge at the very end, and then he's wavering just a little bit in outer zone 2, and then leaves a real real early in outer zone 3, but it helped kind of push him out in outer zone 4.
Yeah. Nice and wide entry. Getting right to the edge of zone 1. A little bit of wavering before zone 2. Drops just one tire. Nice through zone 3. And then back around right into zone 4. Overall, a few corrections, but a good overall run. Definitely better than a 0. And we'll see if he'll be in the show. 68, so he's at 31, so very close.
See if he can hold on.
Borderline's currently 65. Currently it's car 16, Jerry Zoot with Team TMS Racing with JTK and BMW E92 and sitting on a 70.
Has a lot of angle at the entered, but he had not enough speed, which left him shallow in outer zone 1 and shallow in outer zone 2, and then leaves outer zone 3 really early, and he gets into outer zone 4 right at the end.
I'll tell you what, he's coming in with a lot of speed.
Yeah.
He's definitely one of the faster cars.
Yeah. His he didn't have a whole lot of speed as he entered outer zone 1, but he definitely gained it after that.
Yeah, I feel like especially 2 to 3, there's tons of speed. Unfortunately, pretty shallow through most of those zones, but overall, a nice clean and fast run. And Jerry is currently sitting on the 70. Let's see if this was an improvement.
He gets a 61, which he'll keep his first qualifying score of 70.
Up next, we have car number 888, John McKinn with Freestyle, Lauderdale Racing, and Kenda in his GR86. He's sitting on a 59.
Which he'll have to improve if he wants to be in the show tomorrow. He's throwing in a lot of angle, trying to find outer zone 1. Gets right there on the rumble strip, all the way through outer zone 1. Gets real deep in outer side zone 2, all the way to the edge of the track in outer zone 3. And then it looks like he gripped up just a little bit, and it took him offline for outer zone 4.
It looked like throughout the whole run, he was just gripping up more and more as the run progressed. Nice and deep through 2. Hits 3 nice. Really shallow for 4 though. But let's see, will it be an improvement on his 59? A 67. That puts him right at 32.
So we'll see if he's able to hold on to that. Still have a couple zeros. So
up next is car number 144, Mr. Daniel with Cheeseburger Racing in his S13 Sylvia with a 69.
Throwing in a lot of angle as he hits that 3-2-1. It's a little shallow and then gets nice and deep right on that line for outer zone 1. He does a nice job in outer zone 2 and 3. Trying to push himself in outside to outside zone 4.
A nice wide flick. Got a 3-2-1 to get into zone 1. He gets right at the rumble strip. And then just pulls it out nicely to zone 2. Zone 3 also very nice. Nice smooth transition. And didn't get out as deep to zone 3 or zone 4 as he would like. But overall, nice and smooth.
The judges table is located basically behind outside zone 1.
And a 73 from Mr. Daniel that puts him in at 21st place.
There's a really big hill after outside zone 1, and we're at the top of it.
Up next is car number 212, Yutaro Oe with Good Ride Motorsports in his FD3S RX-7.
You can just hear it idling. So loud. And down the hill with a lot of speed. He had to hit a water spot, and it threw him off his line, and he ended up going 3 tires all the way.
It's tricky because I'm used to 3 tires off being on this side of the rumble strip, not just if you're on the rumble strip. So like last year, that would have been 2 tires off. But I think that's how they got, not they, but that's how Harry got his 0 whenever he was on the rumble strip, his first run.
Exactly. Yeah, so he'll get a 0. But he does have a 69, and he is in 30th position. Let's see if he can hold on to that.
Up next is car number 19, Yukio Matsui with Matsumoto Kiyoshi M2 Evolution in his F22 BMW.
Going in a lot of angle as he makes that corner for outer zone 1. Gets all the way through, and then is trying to push himself all the way out, but is a little shallow. Outer zone 2, but does a nice job in outer zone 3, and trying to reach outer zone 4, and does right at the very end.
It's funny because a while ago, 2 and 3 was the grippy part, and 3 to 4 was the wet part, and now they're gripping up between 3 and 4. So I feel like the spotter's job is never done here.
Never.
Not quite out as deep to zone 2 as he wants. Nice through zone 3, and a little shallow through 4.
Yeah, so where that camera is at is basically where the judges table is. So how you see it on the camera is how the judges see it in real life. So that's why you might see some of the scoring be a little bit different from your eyes versus theirs.
And that's 74 for Yukio.
He'll keep his 79, and he'll be in 7th place.
Up next, we have car number 61, Mao Yamanaka, Good Ride Motorsports, in his A90 Super, and he's sitting on a 78.
Around the corner with a good amount of angle all the way to the edge of the track, trying to push out outside zone 2. Is a little shallow outside zone 3, and then gets into outside zone 4.
But I definitely think that's one of the first few cars we've seen smoke from initiation through the finish line.
Yep.
Nicely through zone 1. A little shallow through 2. Could get a little bit deeper in 3 and a little deeper in 4. But again, that 3 to 4 transition where you want to be, right now you don't want to be there.
Yeah.
And how you get there is more speed. That's also how you get 3 tires off. And a 79 for Mao. That puts him into 7th place. Up next, we have car number 530, Wataru Masuyama with Evangelion Racing in his GR86 Unit 2.
Coming in with a lot of speed. He's rounding the corner. Gets inside, outside zone 1 a little late. It gets all the way to the edge. Does a nice job in outer zone 2. And there's a little shallow outside zone 3, but trying to push himself all the way through outside zone 4, and he just gets it at the very end.
Yeah, very nice job. Very smooth run. We're definitely bringing it up nice and deep through zone 1. Zone 2 also nice and deep. Zone 3, a little bit shallow. Zone 4 got in there a little late. But again, it's a line that's currently the best and the one that's working right now. And a 77 for Masuyama.
Which will keep his 78. He's currently in the 11th position.
Up next is car number 947, Jake Jones, Drift Squid with his RBM3. He's currently setting on a 78.
Coming in with a lot of speed, using a lot of throttle as he gets all the way to the edge of the track, pushing himself all the way out to outside zone 2. He's a little deep, and they're also a little deep in outside zone 3, but trying to find his way to outside zone 4 and does a nice job.
Yeah, throwing in a lot of angle initiation. Almost a perfect zone 1. A little wide in zone 2, but lots of angle. A little wide in zone 3. Also lots of angle. And just trying to get back out to zone 4.
He gets a 73, which he'll keep his 78, and he's in 12th position right now.
Yep, overall, a very safe place to be. Up next is car number 89, Pop Nexter in Drive to Drift Academy in his S15 Sylvia. Unfortunately, he's sitting on the 0, but we'll see what he can do here.
Rips up right at the corner, which makes him a little shallow in outside zone 1, but pushing himself all the way outside zone 2, does a nice job there. Leaves outside zone a little early and gets into the rumble strips on the inside corner, and it drags him away from outside zone 4.
Yeah, just the random spots of extra grip. A little shallow through 1, nice through 2. You still get a little bit deeper for 2 and 3 though. And 3, I might have missed the whole zone completely. Punching the score now. So 69 for Pop, and that puts him right at 30.
Which he has 3 people behind him that have a lower score. So we'll see if they can improve.
And this is one of them. Car number 774, Hokuto Matsuyama with Cusco Racing, A90 Supra, and he's currently sitting on the 0.
Has a nice handbrake entry as he's rounding the corner. looking for outside zone 1. He's a little shallow, but pushing himself all the way out to outside zone 2. Does a nice job getting right there at the edge of the track. Leaves outside zone 3 a little early, which forces him to be a little delayed getting into outside zone 4.
Yeah, I feel like he gripped up more than he realized he was going to do in zone 1. But zone 2 is out nice and deep. Zone 3 nice and deep. Zone 4 really shallow. Started getting a little bit deeper towards the end. But overall, this should be much better than a 0.
Yeah.
And a 73 for Matsuyama,
which will put him in a 23rd position.
And up next, we have car number 87, Daigo Saito, Fat 5 Racing with his A90 Super, and he's sitting on a 75.
Around that first corner, looking for outer zone 1. He's a little shallow in outer zone 1, but pushing himself all the way out to outside zone 2. Does a nice job there. He's a little shallow in outside zone 3, but throwing all the angles. He got in a little bit of that water and threw him off course. He is sitting on a 75, so.
Right after zone 3, you can see when he hit the water and like, oh, just started washing out.
Yep, so he's in 16th position right now. The current cutoff line is 69.
Up next, we have car number 555, Yukio Falso. Mini GT with Liberty Walk in his S15 Sylvia. He's sitting on a 0. And the sun just came.
Yeah. Hopefully dries the rest of the track off real quick. He's coming down the hill. Has a nice faint entry as he's heading to outside zone 1. He's a little shallow there. They're trying to push himself out in outside zone 2. He's a little shallow there. And then leaves outside zone 3 a little early, but does get inside outside zone 4.
A nice strong clip. Yeah, it's really shallow in 1. Coming out, ends up being a bit shallow in 2. 3, also a little shallow. Overall, lots of angle, but still a bit shallow through each of the zones. I mean, but it's tough, especially going from sliding around to gripping up.
Well, would you lose more points by being too deep or shallow?
And at 69 for Falso, unfortunately that puts him in 33rd place.
That's very unfortunate for him. We'll have to catch him at the next round.
Yep. Up next, we have car number 131, Yuma with Team Orange Jr. in his JZX Runner Chaser. And he passed his first run, so he has 0. So this is
one's chance to make it right. And he's coming around the first corner, looking for outer zone 1. Gets to the edge of it right at the very end, and then pushing himself out. Outside zone 2 is a little shallow there, but does a nice job in outside zone 3. And then just gets to the line at the end of outside zone 4.
overall, a pretty conservative run. I don't know if it's because of the issues that they had before, but it wasn't quite as deep as we've been seeing it earlier. Also, again, maybe it's better that he didn't do any of the qualifying or stuff in the wet.
Yeah. Maybe that was a strategy. He thought,
just wait out the wet.
Yeah, he said, I know how to get better. See if it paid off for him. He gets a 74, which put him in 20th position.
So it looks like it did pay off. Up next, we car number 27, Cheng Ju Zhang with GMS Coffee with TMS, and he is driving a BMW E92, and he's sitting on an 83.
Coming down the hill, making his way around the first corner, looking for out. Oh, and he shut down. There's a lot of black smoke coming out. Oh, a big backfire. I think his car might have shut off. We got the drones back out.
Yeah. Oh, I want to see that from drone footage. But looks like he's driving fine now.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think that backfire was felt all the way back up in Masawa.
Yeah.
That was huge.
Around the world.
Yeah.
On the plus side, he's sitting on 83, so he's still ranked first.
As he passed the judges' stand, it sounded like it was running okay, so it didn't sound like anything was broken.
Yeah. Up next, we have car number 9, Kiyofumi Hamada with Hashinan Racing with Valino in his JZX100 Chaser.
Coming down the hill with a lot of speed as he makes that corner to that first outside zone. Gets all the way to the edge of outside zone 1, trying to push himself to outside zone 2. Gets real deep in outside zone 3. And then does a nice job in outside zone 4.
Yeah, it looks like that area between 3 and 4 is starting to get a little bit better now. For the final 6 drivers. The overall Hamada, very nice clean run. Nice and deep through some of the zones. Yeah, I can't read that kanji though. Oh, it says going to win.
Well, let's see if he does.
And a 77. That's an improvement on his 72. That puts him in the 14th place. Up next, we have car number 77, Yusuke Kusaba with Team Cusco Racing in his GR86. He's sitting on an 82.
Coming down the hill. Making that corner. Trying to get to the edge. Gets on the roller strip right at the end of outside zone 1. Does a nice job in outside zone 2. Leaves outside zone a little early, but does a nice job in outside zone 4.
Yeah, very good run. And you guys can see the speed of these cars once they start gripping up. Like they're in and out of the zones so fast now. Nice zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, nice. Zone 4 can be a little bit deeper, but overall, a very good, very clean run. quite a bit of angle and quite a bit of style. And an 82 consistency.
He's currently sitting in second, so you only had one more spot to get better.
But it's the best spot. Up next, we have car number 4, Masanori Kohashi with Team Orange in his A90 Super, and he's sitting on an 81.
Which he's probably very proud of after having all those issues this weekend. See if he can improve on it as he enters that 3-2-1 area. Gets all the way to the edge of the track and outside zone 1. Gets all the way to the edge and outside zone 2. Gets a little deep and outside zone 3. And he gets all the way through outside zone 4.
I'm just riding the edge of the track the whole way.
I think he thinks it hasn't been raining all day.
Yeah. He's like, rain? I don't see it.
Just
nice and deep through 1. 2 right at the edge. 3 right at the edge.
I think he took his foot off the gas maybe like 3 times the whole run.
I don't even know if that was the case. And 81. Consistency.
And he will stay in the 5th position. So far, we have 4 more drivers left. We only have 1 driver that can change the borderline.
And car number 37, Koichi Yamashita with TMS Racing and 5X tires in his BMW E92, sitting on a 70.
Coming down the hill with a snappy initiation. Looking for outside zone 1. He gets to the edge of it right at the very end and comes around to outside zone 2 right there. And then outside zone 3 leaves a little early, which forces him to be shallow in outside zone 4.
Overall, really good flick in, but didn't quite get out as deep as they were hoping. 2, really nice. 3 also nice, but leaving 3 a little early means that it's really difficult to get out to 4. But the wet and the dry, big difference.
Yeah.
Looks like she's got somebody's racing suit.
I wonder whose it is.
And that's an 80 for Yamashita. It'd be funny if it's Takahashi's suit. It's like, where's my suit at? Up next is car number 21, Ken Gushi with Team Kazama in his Lexus IS 500, sitting on a 63.
He's currently out of top 32. Let's see if he can get in it with this run right here as he makes his corner around, looking for outside zone 1. So a tad shallow in outside zone 1, using that foot brake to try to extend all the way through outside zone 2, and then comes around outside zone 3 and 4.
Nice and deep initiation. A little shallow through 1. Trying to get out to 2, nice through 3. Swinging around through 4, just barely clipping maybe the last little bit of it. I don't know if he's been having some car issues or he's still trying to get used to the wet to dry. Because when he was, and then 80 for Kengushi, that puts him in 8th place. because earlier today and yesterday he was throwing deep into those zones.
Yeah, it seems like he's a little delayed on throttle, or like it was laggy or something.
And up next we have car number 771, Hiroya Minoa with Cusco Racing in his GR Corolla, sitting on an 82.
Comes down the hill, nice and wide, finding outside zone 1, gets right there at the edge of the track, pushes himself to outside zone 2, gets right there on the rumble strip, and then right back on the edge of the track for outside zone 3, and then gets into outside zone 4, a smidge late, but it's right there at the very back of it.
I do love it whenever they do the entrance, the initiation right on the edge of the track. Nice and deep through each of the zones, bringing around nicely through zone 4. I feel like that's the scariest part, is after the finish line, just trying to get straight again and scrubbing all that speed. We've seen a couple issues with accidents after the finish line over the last couple days. But with Minoa sitting on an 82, all he needs is one more point and he'll be in first. 85. Ooh. That brings Hiroya into first place. And there's only one other person that can knock him out of first place.
I wonder if the spotter's in his ear yelling at him, do better.
And next up is car number 36, Kazuya Takahashi with TMS Racing Team, BMW E92, sitting on an 82.
Coming down the hill, gets right at the edge of the track, and then looking for outside zone 1. Gets right there. He entered it in a little late, but he gets to the edge of the track for outside 1, 2, and 3. Looking for 4, and then gets into 4 a little late, but then gets right there at the end.
Oh, that's tricky. Like, I think that this will definitely be close. Yeah. Nice wide line. Nice and deep through zone 1. Swinging out perfect into zone 2. Nice and deep into zone 3. Drops one tire off the track, but that just shows you how deep he is and how much commitment he has. Well, I guess that's not Takahashi's seat.
Maybe Shane's.
Maybe she gets her own suit. Who knows?
I mean, all she has to do is let us see what the name is on the back of it.
And the 84. So, second place for Takahashi. That wraps up the qualifying runs for today. We will see right now the current rankings, and we got Noah, Takahashi, Zhang, Kusaba, Kohashi, Tanaka, Yamashita, Gushi, Yamanaka, and Matsui rounding out the top 10. And you can see how close it is. 11 points between first and 20th. And a 69 borderline. So Jin Haruno just made the cut. Pop Oe and Fausto and Harry Yoza were the first ones out. And that's going to wrap it up for G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan qualifying for Run 2. And here's our schedule. We will be back shortly at 2:10 Japanese time for FDJ 2 top 16 top 16 ceremony, and tomorrow at 9:15 for Formula Drift top 32. the tournament's going to start at 2:40 today.
Yep.
Well, we'll see you guys shortly, and had a great time. And
Yep.
got to see some smoke in the end.
Yep, we're about to have to get us some snacks and come right back here, so we'll see you soon.
Yeah, dude, the conditions today were crazy. From the wet to start, the dry to the end, and patchy every along the middle, right?
Yep. So we've just been told that there's a 30 minutes delay. So I know you saw on the screen at 14:10 or 2:10. It's going to be 2:40 or 14:40 is when we're starting it.
Cool. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Okay, see you soon.
Bye.
G-SHOCK MRG カシオThe brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine.
雨の日の運転って心配ですよね。いざという時によりちゃんと止まれるタイヤといえば横浜タイヤでしょ。
晴れの日の約4倍も事故が多い雨の運転。横浜タイヤならより安心。
タイヤは雨で選ぼう。横浜タイヤ。
追い求めれば求めるほど遠ざかる時もある。でも理想に追いつけるのは自分だけだ。池江璃花子は横浜ゴムと世界に挑戦する。限界はない。行くぞ横浜。
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
In a world of extremes, this is where they're refined. The real deal. Cusco.
伝統と革新 オグラクラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、オグラレーシングクラッチ ORC。
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.